We're back.
Psycho Mantis.
That's right. We're playing Shin Megami Tensei Strange Journey for the Year of RPGs. This is a Nintendo DS game. I put that all the way up. Maybe not that. The music is very important though. We're also debuting a new stream layout, which I've set up specifically for DS stuff. Now, I could have this set up as I've done previous DS stuff, like the Castlevanias and when we did Spider-Man Shattered Dimensions, where it was side by side. You can kind of see it a little bit there. If I turn off the filters, you can get a better look. We could be doing it like this and adjusted. And I did consider it. I went back and forth multiple times. And decided I wanted to do it like this. This is how the game will be presented to you. You could argue the top screen is more important than the bottom screen, because the bottom screen is, I think, entirely for maps. But it's fine. It's fine. We have the bigger camera here, in this space, and, like, over there, we have, like, a huge chat space. Shin Megami Tensei Strange Journey. We've been talking about doing this for a very long time. And we did do one session of this back in, I think, 2021, when Chance was with us. But I want to do a Shin Megami Tensei game for the Year of RPGs anyway, and I'd been back and forth over like which one it would be. I was kind of leaning towards Soul Hackers on the 3DS. The 3DS port. But I thought, you know, we've been talking about doing a Strange Journey for such a long time. Let's do Strange Journey. And we're going to do Strange Journey. And we're going to do the original release of Strange Journey on the Nintendo DS, not the 3DS enhanced port, Strange Journey Redux. Which I consider to be something of like a New Game Plus kind of scenario. I think it works better if you've played the original. But anyway, let's get started. The outset of the 21st century. Earth is a planet. Teeming with life. Too much life. We have to kill the life. Mankind, 7 billion strong. Continue to prosper. Prosper is a strong word, I feel. However, this prosperity had a price. To a species unable to halt the environment's destruction. The land of ruin would inevitably appear. Even so, mankind, desperate for salvation, clung to hope. A brave few began their mission. The enigmatic land of ruin. Little realizing this harsh journey will decide man's fate. A group of people are assembled in a giant conference room. Well, this is immediately unrealistic. News reports. Well, that's a little prescient, I think would be an appropriate term. The news continues to drone on in the background. String of lootings plaguing many areas of Central and South America suffering from shortages. Police have yet to name a suspect in the recent sex murders in Tokyo. Devastating pollution throughout Central Asia is sparking off riots in protest. And more on a giant ferromagnetic blizzard occurring close to the South Pole. All nations with nearby bases have been reviewing their options in light of its tremendous force. A joint decision was reached and carried out today to temporarily withdraw from the bases. Yeah, very well to say the bases aren't simply gone, can we? Into the Schwarzwelt. At that very moment, on the South Pole. When that white dot appears at the bottom screen, that means I've either accidentally knocked the right thumbstick, or the mouse has been detected on screen. Don't worry about it. Look at the size of that thing. And they say it's growing. The best of the best. Schwarzwelt is a natural phenomenon that arose in the South Pole some months ago. This phenomenon is one of a kind. We have nothing of its like to compare it to. May have heard false reports that it's a giant blizzard, but in truth, it's an unknown spatial anomaly that destroys and absorbs its surroundings as it enlarges. When it first appeared, it was a cylinder only a meter in diameter that stretched into the sky. Since then, it has spread radially, swallowing surrounding observation bases and any investigator's hovel. Today, it occupies a sizable footprint within a radius of several hundred kilometers. It's quite an expansion. The Schwarzwelt continues to expand. If you cannot engineer a reversal of the process, then it will inevitably swallow the Earth. According to data retrieved from the unmanned probes dispatched prior to this investigation, there is several thousand-meter wall surrounding Schwarzwelt's outer rim. This barrier is a plasma cloud that dismantles all approaching objects at a molecular level. May be surprised to learn that the interior contains parallel universes or other dimensions. Unfolding within the anomaly is a bizarre landscape we've had a hard time getting readings on. This is due to some sort of property in the interior has that repels foreign bodies. Whatever this property is, it's destroyed each and every unmanned probe we sent in. That's what we know in a nutshell. Yeah, the question is, like, how do we even get him? Alright. Goddamn AI. Okay. At a point, if anything the outer wall touches is disintegrated at a molecular level, that would basically put the kibosh on like any kind of barrier efforts. Potentially conventional weaponry. Okay. Oh, it can jump. It can swim and it can jump. Ship 1, the red sprite. Ship 3, the LV. I've never been entirely sure how to pronounce this. Like, LV? Elv? As many scientists will be pivotal to the research. Ships 2 and 4, Blue Jet and Gigantic, serve as combat support should emergencies arise. Wouldn't it make more sense to have everybody spread evenly among them? Like, if ships 2 and 4 go down, like, basically immediately, we have no combat support. If ship 3 goes down immediately, we have no scientific capability. And the entire thing becomes pointless. Good. I resent that accusation. What is this, high school? First name. Mecha. Last name. Chrono. My name is mecha-chrono. No problem. So this game got a Japanese release and an American release. It didn't get a European release. And as you might expect, the nationality of the main character means nothing. In Japan, he was a Japanese soldier. In the Western version, he's an American soldier. Shake his hand. So it kind of immediately makes this game stand out quite a bit from other SMT games in that you're playing one, an American, which is essentially unheard of in this series, and two, an adult rather than a teenager. You're also not in Tokyo, but talk to everybody. I think I'm going to turn up the text speed on this. I can't access the menu yet. Alright. Let's talk to Zelenin. RetroArch crashed. That bodes real fucking well, doesn't it? Good thing I just saved. There we go. Anyway, talk to you. Talk to Zelenin. There we go. A Russian science officer. Once we're in the Schwarzwelt, I don't think it really comes up that often what nationalities people are, because like it really doesn't matter when you're in there. But his character background for the important characters is kind of interesting. Plan. You look like a penis. Yes. Take my hand. And unnamed engineer. Amazing. You want to talk about it, or you want to just unwind? We're about to set up our demonicas. You don't know what the demonica is? That's the second time it's crashed. This is really concerning. This did fine in my tests. Because I did actually test this out so I could set up the scene. That's not right. In your room with kids that throw chairs and shit, when you're thinking, okay, handle it when it comes to it as best you can. All day, 4 hours at a time. Yeah, I don't blame yourself for this, Clem. I don't know like what the problem is. Like I say, it was working fine in testing. Because I was doing it for like an hour to get to a position where I can look at the game screen that we'll be dealing with. And like have it set up so it looks reasonable. Because for some reason I decided on the top and bottom. Did they sneak it up on you that you were gonna... That's because I'm doing the fast forward. You can't see it because it's cut off on the side, but we are fast forwarding through this right now. But I can hear it. Also, let me change this to joystick. Save. Why have you changed? Oh, it sounds like they're taking advantage of you, Clem. Hopefully this works better. So we are... Mecha. First name Mecha. Second name Chrono. Your name is mecha-chrono. Well, isn't this the job that you wanted to quit before you even started anyway? Like, just generally the place itself? Well, this should be a pretty chill stream, Clem. Aside from this crashing, like, hopefully it dies down. So I'd be positive and give it a try. Yeah, I'm also a schmuck like that. And talk to her again. Okay, now we're on new content, so that's good. This is Zelenin. I don't know if anybody on the team is actually given a first name. You refer to everybody by their last names. She is the character that you will be most interested in, Clem, because she is a blonde woman. The Demonica. No, we're not playing as Japanese high schoolers in this one, Clem. I'm an American soldier. So the plot of the game is there's a war in Eastern Europe. Little prescient, I feel. Violent murders going on in Tokyo, specifically defined as sex murders. Rampant pollution in Southeast Asia. Riots and looting in South and Central America due to food shortages. They define it as shortages. I assume like food and medicine shortages. And in the South Pole, a strange anomaly has appeared that is slowly beginning to spread. Like, this is it above us. This is referred to as the Schwarzwelt. And it destroys and dismantles anything that it touches as it spreads at the molecular level. And if it continues as it has done, it will consume the Earth. Yeah, I heard this was in development, intended as a Shin Megami Tensei game, specifically made to appeal to an international audience. Like, the entire planet. Organic matter, inorganic matter, everything. When we get a game over, because we will get a game over, you will see that happen. I've always kind of felt it's a little similar to Chrono Trigger's game over screen. My Demonica suit. Truman Jimenez. It's interesting that we're supposed to be the best of the best. And like, oh yeah, and this guy was a warrant officer. And it's like, are warrant officers ever considered like the best of the best of anything? Like, you'd think like super special forces. Especially given that it's an international team. The Demonica. It's really kind of goofy looking, but like by the end of the game, it really grows on you. And so any reference it gets in the series after this, I'm always like, oh, the Demonica! It's the Demonica! And I'm always super happy about it. understandable. Thank you, Crewman Jimenez. Alright, let's set it up. The Demonica. It's really a very tortured acronym. Demountable Next Integrated Capability Armor. Demonica. It's really stupid. We'll just call it the Demonica. So here's an interesting thing with this game. This is one of those rare Shin Megami Tensei games that doesn't have you choose stat allocations yourself. Instead, you get a personality test. Lemmy, you ready for the personality test? See what kind of personality you have? I'm ready. Yeah. Please respond to the following scenarios naturally, honestly, and without deliberation. Your answers to the following series of questions will determine the Demonica's growth type. I'm always hoping for physical growth. Scenario 1. You are the sole survivor on a battlefield. You are hidden with no ammunition in your pistol. You detect a single enemy approaching. You know what? I'm gonna save state this real quick, and we will get Klim's answers and see what personality growth he ends up with, and then I'll answer it honestly myself for the growth that we'll actually have during the game. How will you deal with this enemy equipped only with an empty gun? Will you ditch the gun and use your knife? Search for ammunition, or stay hidden until he passes? It's weird having the camera this big. No, you see... Without thinking, you'd use knife, yeah. Here's the fun thing for you, Klim. Because the only main SMT game you've played is Nocturne. Nocturne's kind of an outlier. Traditionally, the standard weapon set in Shin Megami Tensei is sword and gun. Scenario 2. While infiltrating enemy territory, you spot the man who killed your comrade and closest friend, me. You can kill him easily, but the gunshot will expose you and your infiltration will be compromised. Will you avenge your friend or focus on your objective? Do nothing for the mission? Kill him for your friend, me. Or find a way to do both. I feel like the option of being like, oh yeah, I'll find a way to do both is kind of a cop-out. Scenario 3. You have been in a remote area on a mission and your relief has not arrived on schedule. You can abort the mission and go home now, but you have enough supplies to stay here longer. What do you do? Wait as long as it takes, wait as long as you can, go back immediately. complete this mission, then kill him. It's like, why kill him with a gun? You just established that we have a knife. You're on a mission and the relief has not arrived. You could leave now, but you have enough supplies to wait longer. Do you wait as long as it takes, wait as long as you can, or go back immediately? Wait as long as it takes? Scenario 4. You are piloting a helicopter to refuel. En route, an ally under attack requests help. You can help him, but it will take your remaining fuel and it will be difficult to leave afterward. Other pilots have also received the distress signal, but you are closest to his position. What will you do with the fuel you have left? Hurry to rescue him? Refuel and let an ally take him. Land nearby, wait for allies. Refuel, can't compromise both. Scenario 5. On a mission in occupied territory, you are asked whether to capture a religious leader who may be a spy. Catching a spy would be a great achievement, but the people may riot if this leader is captured. How will you approach the religious leader suspected of spying? Will you keep watching him for now, bring him in immediately, or put him under house arrest? Keep watching? This is the final question. Scenario 6. You have been sent to the Schwarzwelt, where conditions are expected to be harsh. Yet you have advanced equipment, a strong ship, the latest tech, and dependable comrades. Will the Schwarzwelt investigation mission succeed? Yes. It's impossible. I don't know. Yes. There are no more questions. Thank you for your cooperation. The support type best suited to your tendencies is determined to be physical support. Alright. Physical support, Clem. Real quick, actually, let's look up exactly what physical support entails. Apparently prioritizes vitality growth. Alright, now let's see what I get. Use a knife. Do nothing for the mission. Wait as long as I can. Hurry to rescue. Keep watching. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Yes. Attack support. Once again, relentless aggression. I don't actually have it memorized, like, what to pick for a specific type. These are my genuine, honest answers. I only answered one different. Did I? I thought I answered all different from you except one. Like, no, because I think we both chose to ditch the gun and use the knife. I chose continue with the mission, you chose find a way to do both. I chose wait as long as I can, you chose wait as long as it takes. I chose help the ally immediately, you chose refuel. So, Clint, what do you think of this DS layout that I've set up? Yeah, 2 ways. You like it? Excellent. You don't think it's too small? The commander? No, the commander doesn't judge us. Oh, you mean this guy? This guy. Alright, check the mission logs. The Schwarzwelt investigation team. The guy behind chat, yeah. That's actually just the main character. A multinational task force sent by the Schwarzwelt Joint Project to the South Pole. It is composed of the latest technologies and most elite soldiers from around the globe. The goal is to explore the unknown Schwarzwelt that suddenly appeared in the South Pole. Data collected will be used to destroy the Schwarzwelt. Personnel are split between 4 next-generation transports, each equipped with plasma shields and the ability to travel by both air, land and air. Ship 1, the Red Sprite, will act as central command for the general operation. Ship 2, the Blue Jet, will provide military support for the other ships. Ship 3, the LV. Clint, how would you pronounce that? Because I'm like LV or ELV. Like, which one do you think it is? Staffed with many scientists, it will be the mission's investigative corps. Ship 4, the Gigantic, all to provide military support. You would say ELV? Fair enough. Welcome in, Panda. These are controls. Alignment. Because, again, because you've only played Nocturne, Clem, you won't be entirely aware of alignment setups, especially because I know you ended up going for the True Demon ending, so you didn't get the end result of an alignment choice. This game goes back to the classic law-neutral chaos alignments of Shin Megami Tensei. This is much closer to a classic SMT game than it is to, like, Nocturne or Digital Devil Saga. The Demonica. Ugh. Short for the Demountable Next Integrated Capability Armor, developed by the American DARPA. It's durable enough to function in extreme conditions and is most notable for its ability to adapt. 3 aspects to the suit's adaptability. Extension applications, both the main app and its functions vital to the investigation, as well as the sub-apps are expandable. Battle optimization. The Demonica optimizes its performance based on the user's experience in battle. Optimization provides the user with improved physical performance. Adjustable equipment. Users may add weapons, armor, or accessories for even more flexibility. My Demonica's key growth area is strength. Relentless aggression. I'm doing okay, Panda. How are you doing? Clem, how are you also doing? Jimenez. No, I'm actually with the British SAS. Not ideal? Excellent. Have a sound alert. You ever feel like sometimes the random button is mocking you? This is kind of wild, the idea that... Yeah. The idea that this project, one, is being paid above regular pay, which is kind of wild to me. But also, like, it's a volunteer project. Give me a second. Alright, we're back. So Jimenez is very visibly pessimistic. Offer him a handshake? Seems like a reasonable thing to do. But, well, you're kind of a dick. Yep, he's a very pessimistic, I don't want to get too attached to anybody and any kind of interaction could get me attached kind of person. So how are you doing, Panda? Yeah, I've already read it all. Well, bye. You guys still here? Intelligent life in the Schwarzwelt? What do you think, Zelenin? Flynn, what do you think of Lieutenant Zelenin? Schwarzwelt is a term from a 1933 theory of Hammerschmidt's, a German professor. I'll explain. When human activity exceeds the world's natural capacity and the balance of energy topples, a corrective reaction occurs. It's simplest to think of it as Earth's antibodies attacking humanity. In short term, the Schwarzwelt is weapon. The blonde from Scrubs, you mean Sarah Chalk? Dr. Hammerschmidt's theory involved a prediction. He believed another dimension would appear, one where intelligent life dwelled. Now the Schwarzwelt has appeared, proving the existence of other dimensions. And the destruction of the drones implies the possibility of intelligent life inside. Also, some are saying I'm still wondering if it's actually true. Do you think they're out there? I don't know. I'm not committing one way or another because this is something without precedent. Any assumptions we make will be pure speculation without evidence to back them up. Yeah. Let's check out sickbay. Verrazano checkpoint passed. First Lieutenant Zelenin, not just Lieutenant Zelenin. For the sake of humanity. Time has come. So have I.
Become my soul reaver.
I feel like every time I do something with the random sound button and it goes wrong, it just makes the times when it goes right, like, so much more effective. We're finally going in. Yeah, I do have my minor concerns that the appearance of the screens might be a little small on stream. But it is worth remembering this was originally built for a DS screen. Which is like 3 inches maybe. Like 2 DS screens, like 3.5 inches across. The original DS and DS Lite have a 3.0 to a 3.12 inch screen. 3DS is 3.2 inches, the DSi XL is 4.2. I mean, I can have it in a different size, that's the whole thing. Like, if I real quick, like, I showed this off at the start. See, I turn off the filter. Here we go. Bring that to the center, and I just go... Oh, yeah. Really shouldn't be doing this during an important scene like this, but... we can do it like this. Well, I have the big top screen now like that. I don't want to do that. I feel like it's a lot more space than I necessarily need to take up. I feel like it's a lot more screen than necessarily needs to take up. I like how clean this all looks. We got a bigger camera space for me. We have a much bigger much bigger space for the chat over on that side. And I feel like the map is also quite important, because the bottom screen will be the map. And I feel like the map is very important in this game. Plus, even looking at this size, I can see like all the aliasing and artifacting on the character sprites and backgrounds. Because it's already a size way bigger than it's intended to be. It's like, it feels like it's kind of small, but it's way bigger than it was originally intended. Well, that didn't work. Tried to rewind it so we could go back to the cutscene and properly watch it. But basically, the other 3 ships are going down, and we're currently under attack as well. Amazing. The minute we've tried to go in, everything has gone wrong. Ludicrous or not, it's happening. Yeah, I'm not afraid to die. I'm just afraid it'll be slow. No. Very apathetic, like cold-blooded, chill. My blood only boils for specific things, and those things are very small niche. That said, I'll kill anybody. Kill any of these motherfuckers. Any of them that want to take me on. Uh-oh. The engine's gone offline, the thrusters have stopped. We're still in the air. Well, I hope somebody built seatbelts into this thing. And thus, the red sprite fell with a deafening roar. And our strange journey began.
Psycho Mantis.
God damn it. Seem to have found yourself in an unfamiliar room. There are 3 gentlemen sitting here with you. Mecha-chrono. Fall and struggle. Hear a voice calling from outside the room. What would I tell them? That while I was unconscious, I saw a white room with 3 old men in it? I'm alive again. Oh shit, my heart stopped. One thing I do like, and it's a really small detail, 2 small details actually. I think like almost every character sprite in the ship is different for each character. I don't think any of them are repeated, even if they don't get like close-up portraits during conversation. Which is really cool, because I think by the end of the game, everybody on the ship is named. Like, everybody who doesn't die immediately is named. And also, kind of like Star Trek, the different branches of the operation have different colours on them. Strike team is red, science is blue, engineering is yellow. I think it's a nice touch. So basically, everything that could have gone wrong has gone wrong, and the only upside is that we're not dead yet. Alright. Not over yet, Clem. Still plenty of time to die. Like, this is a DS game, and you would probably go into this thinking, like, a handheld game, a handheld RPG, made specifically for a handheld, not like a port from a console or anything. How long could this game be? And the answer is, this is about typical SMT length. This is like 50 plus hours. There's plenty of time for us to die. You really get your money's worth with this game. If you can get into it, you really get your money's worth with it. Well, Final Fantasy Type 0 is also, I think, like, without exception, the biggest game on PSP. Like, I believe it came on 2 discs. I think it's the only game that came on 2 discs on PSP. It's absolutely wild. And, like, you see it on PSP, it's also, like, the best looking PSP game. I've had it up in the air for a long time whether or not when I eventually do that game, I'll do the HD version or the PSP version. I know the HD version got some criticism for its voice acting, and for seeming inconsistencies in, like, what they visually improved. So I think it might be a case of it'll look better all round on the PSP version. In a similar way to how I think, like, Final Fantasy 7, 8, and 9 look better on the PS1. Because all of it is at the same resolution. And it all meshes better. Alright, gotta get the power working. Yeah, we should definitely not get caught lying down. Oh, we don't have power. Well, I suppose if it's purely mechanical. Oh no, there you go. We don't have power, we can't open the hatch. Oh, Terry. Alright, let's go. Missions are a vital part of your progress through the game. You can check your current missions in the mission log. Main missions, important guidelines for progressing with the investigation. My mission log. Can you believe how long the opening takes in this? Absolutely wild. And it's a DS game. This extended opening back in the day really pulled me in. It was a big part of the reason why I was super interested to play it. Because when I started this game, I was not ever really a fan of first-person dungeon crawlers. I finished this game as a fan of first-person dungeon crawlers. And the strong emphasis on story is what really did it for me. There's no one here. There's no one here. Don't know what that means. Anyway. We have an ad coming up, so we're going to run this ad. And then we'll come back, we'll head to the deck, and we'll finally get into the gameplay of Shin Megami Tensei Strange Journey.
Oh my god, Hamlet! I just saw a fucking vampire!
That's the majority of the gameplay of Shin Megami Tensei Strange Journey. And we're back. Let's go to the deck. Thank you, Clem. That's right. It's me. Mecha-chrono. Hello, Terra. That's right, I have a gun, and for some reason I have a sword. I feel like it's a very Japanese thing that would make more sense if I was still a Japanese soldier. I was like, oh yeah, a gun and a ceremonial sword that I'm also going to have to make use of. What up, boys? That's right, we have to stand here, make sure nobody goes after Terry. Also, the enemies may or may not be invisible. Reminds me of Enemy Zero. A game that nobody I know has ever heard of, because it was exclusive to the Sega Saturn. One year I'll play that for Halloween. 1 year. I need to test out the Saturn emulator, make sure it's not crashing anymore. Excellent, the light's on. Now close the door. Oh no! This is another game that has like that strong horror coding without actually being a horror game. Check the program name displayed on the demonica. It's the Demon Summoning Program. Yeah. We're so fucking back. And this is the battle screen. So the bottom screen is quite important during like battles, as you would generally expect. But the map is also super useful during navigation, so I think it's important for that also to be displayed. Anyway. Sword. Gun. That's right, Clem. I am the battle screen. Sword. Gun. So here's your fun thing. In the vein of, like I say, classic SMT, differentiating itself from both Nocturne and Digital Devil Saga games and harkening back to more classic Shin Megami Tensei, This game doesn't have the main character learn magic. Elemental attacks are entirely based on what ammo type you have loaded in your gun. And it also doesn't have the press turn system. I did it. The Demon Summoning Program. Thank you, Stephen. It's a good point. They were invisible before we got the app. We don't know if any of them got past us. Excellent. Well, we survived our first battle. Now we can finally get the toilets working again. Very good. Hmm. Overriding his administrative systems? Inside the Schwarzwelt? It would take at least 5 people to hit that limit. Humans, as your fathers, as your sons, as your friends, we have sent you power. You have arrived here in this land ruled by demons due to the karma of mankind. You done fucked up. But despair is not all that remains. There is still hope nestled within your fear. The demons you will encounter are your enemies as well as your allies. Will you stand against them? Will you make of them your demon allies? Will you have sex with the women demons? That will be decided by the demon summoning program. Humans, you must overcome fear. else there will be no future. As your fellow bearers of karma, we assure you of this. We existed before, and soon. I feel like the idea with them capitalizing specific words is to emphasize the importance of them as nouns. In this case, like capital F fear, capital F friends, capital S sex with the demon women. The Demon Summoning Program, which dates back to, I guess technically, Digital Devil Store, Digital Digital Devil Story Megami Tensei, when the main character created the Demon Summoning Program, and summoned, I believe, originally Loki. But in the context of the wider Shin Megami Tensei setting, it's usually credited as having been developed by Steven. Immediate backup. Sick bay trouble. Alright, let's see. Sick bay trouble, get to the sick bay and rescue the medics. Name for the source code and libraries intercepted inside the Schwarzwelt, which carry out the demon summoning ritual. Its creator and date of creation are unknown, as is the programming language. It links with the Demonica OS to automate the summoning and control of your own demons. It also auto-translates the demon language into the user's native tongue, enabling communication with the demons. Marker. Currency of the underworld used by demons of the Schwarzwelt is made of a type of energy that also powers the lab, sickbay, and other machinery. I've always called it marker. I assume other people might call it maker. Maker. Maker, yeah. To the laboratory. Okay, let's move to the lab. Medicine. The Demonica display. The main menu screen that will be your central hub. Here you can view your party's member status, use and equip items, and so on. Press Y to access the menu at any time. Use a medicine. I feel like as well, with the top screen working as like the navigation screen and the bottom screen being like the map and the status and everything, It really is the culmination, like the ultimate form of the classic SMT style. Because like in classic SMT, you've got the game screen in like a small rectangle in like the upper third of the screen. And the rest of it is interface. Which wasn't uncommon for first-person 3D dungeon crawlers at the time. But having that kind of thing on the DS where all the information can be on a second screen, I think, is the best form that could possibly have. The demon attacked. So, fun thing, you can see, like, around here-ish, where I'm moving the cursor, the analyze meter. The more you fight enemies of a specific type, the more you learn about them. Which is pretty neat. And like I say, it just has all the information right there on the bottom screen. I currently nullify light magic. Level up. 2 vitality and 1 luck. I guess, like, scenario-wise, this game is kind of like Aliens. Taken by hidden demons. Outside of the ship? Kinda wild. Alright, 4 people taken. Why do we have that reliant on one person? Sector A, codename Sector Antilia. Oh, excellent. So we should be safe enough inside the ship for now. Alright. Visit the lab. Investigate Sector Antilia, rescue the 4 missing crewmen. They are vital to the Red Sprite's continued operation. Demon Analyze function allows you to view a demon's data if you've encountered it in battle at least once. It may provide hints on how to fight the demon, as well as how best to make it your ally. And it's like demon data and demon analysis from the Monica menu. You can also bring up the menu directly by touching the Analyze icon on the bottom screen while in the field. The simplified version is displayed on the bottom screen during battle. There are unknown demons. These are demons you encounter for the first time. Their analysis gauge is low. When you encounter them more, the analysis gauge builds and you learn more about them. So, if I recall correctly, kind of surprisingly for what is built as a handheld game, like this is an RPG for a handheld. I don't believe there's any quick save function, and you can't save anywhere. There are designated save points. Human communication. Alright, let's go. We'll check the sick bay. Yeah, for the minute, healing here is free. There's a bunch of things they change in Strange Journey Redux, the 3DS version, that makes the game easier. One of them is, I believe, the healing in the sickbay is always free. And you can also save everywhere. They refer to it as a field save, but there's no consequences for it. They still have the save points. Like, it's odd. There's the field save where you can save anywhere, but you can also load that, and it's not a quick save. And then there's the terminal saves, and it's really weird. Alright. Are you ready for some dungeon crawling? Are you ready to see the dungeon crawling experience that enticed me into dungeon crawling? Yes. Excellent. I hope you're ready to be, like, really underwhelmed. Because you gotta remember this is a DS game. Alright, here we go. Yeah, we landed in an ice cave. Alright, here we go. Field controls. Move around, access the menu. When you encounter a person or strange object, the action window will appear. Press A to carry out the action indicated in the window. Let's go over the mission log and get our marching orders from top brass. Official mission profiles recording mission log. Cool. The DP indicator detects enemies and warns you about anything dangerous nearby. DP stands for demon proximity. DP indicator is the gauge shown at the center of the top screen. If there are no demons in the immediate vicinity, it'll be blue. If there are demons nearby, it'll change to yellow. If demons are about to attack, it'll turn to red. This is a recurring feature since, I think, like, at least the original SMT game, where you have a gauge that flashes specific colours as you get closer to random encounters. The auto map not only tells you where you are, but it gives you data about your surroundings. Automatically record everywhere you walk. Oh, it's a pixie. Why? I didn't mistreat Navi. Also, Navi wasn't this cute. This friendly pixie will teach you the ins and outs of contacting demons in battle. Fundamental principle of contacting demons is to get them in a good mood. If you can make them like you, you'll be rewarded in some way. However, if you fail and make them angry, you will pay the price. Hello. So when that now talking at the top flashes green, you've done a positive response. And a demon asks you a question, give a response you think will please them. If you succeed, the demon will be in a good mood and you'll be able to continue the conversation. Fail, the demon's mood will sour and the conversation will end. However, demons can be forgiving too. In these cases, you may go on as if you succeeded. As you converse, the demon will become friendlier and more relaxed. You may then begin negotiation. You may choose either to actively negotiate or be silent and see how the demon reacts. When you choose to negotiate, you can name your own request. But if the demon considers your demands too steep, it may become angry. You can prevent this entirely by choosing to stay quiet. But by doing so, your reward will be of the demon's choosing, not yours. want an item. There's a request when you want a demon to give you an item they're carrying. Want Maka. Choose this when you just want some Maka from the demon. I don't want anything. What? Then the demon will go home without giving you anything. Or unless sometimes they might give you a special item. Move forward. Be my demon. Demons will not join you for free. You must give up something of equal value. $100 marker. By granting this request, you'll give the demons some of your marker. Will you give me a lifestone? By granting this request, you'll give the demon one of your items. By granting this request, you'll give the demon some of your HP. By granting this request, you'll give the demon some of your MP. By continuing to grant the demons requests, they'll be satisfied and agree to join you. Refuse a request and it may request something else, but multiple refusals will anger it. Your compatibility with a demon is determined by your respective alignments. Compatible demons are more likely to be in a good mood or ask for little during negotiations. Incompatible demons are quick to anger and will demand a lot before negotiations are ended. Who's that next to you? You can't communicate well with unknown demons. You'll almost certainly fail any conversation with an unknown, so it may be wise to avoid trying. However, if you're lucky enough to succeed, you might receive something special. Yes. Pixie became my demon. Excellent. Summoning demons. There we go. Alignment. The choices you make in the course of duty determine your alignment. Your alignment will be a factor in many aspects of the game. You can view your demon alignments by selecting stats from the Demonica menu. Demons have primary alignments and secondary alignments. Primary defects demon conversations, secondary use general affinity with you. Summoning demons. Summon demon allies and have them participate in battle. During battle, select the summon command. Before battle, select party and then summon from the Demonica menu. Demon conversation. You can negotiate with demons for items, a truce, or to have them join you. You'll have to be aware of the demon's temperament to succeed. Warning, you will suffer in battle if you have no demon allies. Gaining new allies through conversation is extremely important. Conversation limits. You cannot talk to demons under the following circumstances. The demon is unknown, the moon phase is full, the demon's alignment is dark. Alright, let's summon Pixie before we move on. There we go. And we can also get a look at Pixie's stats. She's strong to fire, which is actually quite good for this point in the game. Not this specific moment, but when we get into the second part of this area. Alright, let's go. Oh, excellent. A face full of shot. What's the new information? Oh, okay. Right. Continue. So we can see the slime's alignment in the bottom screen by the colour of the name and race. The race is foul, the name is slime. They're red, like that text is red, so it is a Chaos Aligned demon. The text for Chrono and Pixie is white, so we're currently neutral. So we just saw there Demon Co-op. It should get explained at some point. One thing with this game that does appeal to me as well is also like filling out the map. I do quite enjoy the experience of filling the map up. And then when I played Etrian Odyssey, that was kind of enhanced because I was drawing the map in that, which was really cool. I really enjoyed that aspect. Here we go, Demon Co-op explanation. Whenever a party member strikes an enemy's weakness, that member and others of the same alignment will automatically perform follow-up attacks. This system is called Demon Co-op. The more allies of the same alignment you have, the more powerful this attack will be. Demon Co-op is an efficient way to deal damage, so it's best to actively pursue it. In this battle, if you use Chrono's fire attack from his gun menu, or if you use Summon Pixie's Agi spell, you can strike the enemy's weakness. So, like I say, this game kind of harkens back to pre-Nocturne SMT, and so it doesn't use the press turn system, but it does still maintain a focus on exploiting enemy weaknesses, and the value of that is the Demon Co-op. So we hit the enemy with its weakness, and then the other party members follow up with another attack to combo into that. And so learning and exploiting weaknesses remains important in this game. You just don't get extra turns out of it. Technique is useful to increase damage dealt to your enemies without using MP. I think I'm gonna dash back real quick though, to the ship and heal up. Like I say, it's really kind of wild. This game doesn't have a quick save. Especially given that it's a handheld game. But like, there can be surprisingly long stretches without save points. Like, this is Shin Megami Tensei back when it still took pride in being brutal. So the idea that you're playing a handheld game that you may have to stop at any moment without the option of saving even temporarily is kind of wild. A chakra drop. All right. Unknown demons are powerful and you will be unable to converse with them. Defeat them to partially fill the analysis gauge, revealing their identities. Raising the analysis level, defeat the demon in battle, hit the demon with a demon co-op, recruit the demon in conversation, create the demon using demon fusion. All four of these methods will increase the analysis level. The analysis gauge consists of different levels. When the gauge builds up enough to rise a level, the demon's weaknesses and skills will be shown. And I was really hoping we'd get one of the knockers again. Ah, shit. This is also one of those SMT games where if your main character dies, that's game over. So, pretty nasty. God damn it. Stop doing that. Ba, ba, ba. Ba, 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 ba. Ba, 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 ba. Ba, 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 ba. Ba, 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 ba. Ba, 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 ba. This is a really good battle theme, and I absolutely adore it. Strength and vitality. Pixie leveled up, and all three stats that she got went into luck. Absolute garbage. But yeah, I love this game's soundtrack. It's generally a lot more militaristic than any other SMT game. Like, there's a lot of chanting to it, and I like a lot of what it does. Like, there's chanting and a focus on brass, I think. And it stands out. I think it's really good. Yeah, I'll save him. Oh, good. I wanted to try and recruit one of these guys. I can't recruit this motherfucker. God damn it. Because you want to prioritize when recruiting, trying to recruit demons of the same alignment as you, so that you can all have the same alignment, and thus all work with demon co-op. I'm McCleary. On the monitor team. You just bought me a little more time to live. Real demons, what kind of place is this? I'm not so sure anymore I'll be able to do what I'm supposed to do. Oh yeah, speaking of which, I noticed a few things about the moon phase. Never mind. Alright. Moon phase. Displayed in the top left corner of the upper screen to show the passage of time in the Schwarzwelt. Changes when you travel a certain distance in the field. It can affect many things, including demon conversations. It's important to check those. My laundry! I think it's important to examine those while you're out in the field, because it will mark them on the map that way, and you can find them a lot easier when you have access, when you have the ability to open them later. It's a full moon, god damn it. That's a lot of damage. Ideally, I want to heal using magic, because MP can replenish. I have to buy new items if I use those. Perfect. Analyze that so it appears on the map. Head back to the red sprite for a quick heal. Stop by the lab as well. Be a good idea. Now that Irving's back there. Cool. No new sub-apps. Alright, back at it. Back at it again. I have always visually liked this game. And I think, like, once the SMT first-person dungeon crawlers were able to render the dungeons in 3D, it definitely got better. Like, just from a scrolling perspective. I was playing a little Shin Megami Tensei If earlier this week. Over the weekend. And, like, it's cool. But then I was taking a quick look at Shin Megami Tensei 1 on the PS1, and they've got those dungeon environments in full 3D, and, like, the scrolling just works so much better for it. It's really nice. Alright. One more crew member. See if Gun does anything for this one. God damn it. Good. Excellent. Locked door. Ooh, money. Excellent. Now I can finally recruit one of these damn things. Strange man talks to you is probably a kidnapper. You're a kidnapper, aren't you? I'm internationally wanted. I am a big deal.
If he's so smart, how come he's dead? Something I always wanted to ask a human. What do humans think of demons? They're intriguing. Damn it.
Oh, good. There we go. Smooth over. Try negotiating. Be my demon. 20 marker. There you go. Yeah, go ahead. Uh-huh. Excellent. Recruited a demon. And summon. Perfect. And now we have an ad coming up. So we're going to run this ad, and then we'll be right back with more exploration and demon summoning.
That's disgusting.
Yeah, I guess. And we're back.
Move this man!
Anyway, we have a new demon ally. Detecting life signs ahead. Excellent. No, those are demons. Shoot him! There we go, now demon co-op is more powerful. Perfect. Also quite good. One thing that I think is kind of an underrated value of a game like this is you can play this like entirely one-handed. A boulder? Speaking of one-handed, there's a woman. So Klim has returned. Save the crewman? What would Klim do? Klim would think there's a possibility of sex. Neither of these demons are women. Klim would immediately leave. See how good I am. See how good at video games I am. How you doing, Klim? Just you and me right now. You okay? Cool. Well, that was the last crewman. This is Commander Gore calling Chrono of the Red Sprite. Chrono, you single-handedly rescued all 4 of the missing crewmen. You shouldn't have had to do that. There are other people on the team. I'll be reprimanding them for not doing anything. Commander Al Gore. He lost the election in 2000 and now he became a black military man. Nobody saw it coming. Just like how after Obama left office in 2016, he became a blonde, white energy company president. Isn't it weird how being around the presidency seems to make you the opposite ethnicity? It's Chance. Get him, Clem. They go on a strange journey.
No! No!
Welcome in, Chance. How is Chance doing to Chance? It was a good reaction, wasn't it? Doing your best? Yeah, I think that's a general consensus today. I feel like in times like these, you really should stop holding back and just go back to that comfort game you don't play enough. I'm also bigger than ever. Yeah, that makes sense. People are inconsiderate. So I'm guessing you weren't working on the 4th of July? I'm guessing it was considered as a holiday for you? The only day we get off as a holiday in my work is Christmas. Yeah, that makes sense. I've devised contingency measures. I've decided that Chrono will be doing all of the investigating. Yep, that's work. The social contract we're bound into for practically as long as we fucking live. And a good 70% of the reason why I don't think life will be worth living. A distress signal. Oh my god, it's Clemenes. Yeah, well, just said that with, like, you know, you found all 4 of the missing crew members, while the rest of the strike team apparently didn't do a damn thing. State your name and team. It's me, Clemenes. We'll be right there, Clemenes, as soon as we finish this rave. No, Clemenes! Anyway. So, gents, a lot has happened since the last time you were in stream. I finished Dark Souls 3. I killed all the bosses. I was quite spectacular. I finished Paper Mario. I was quite spectacular. It was good work. There are exceptions. I really enjoyed Dark Souls 3, and it's really put me on the path to just doing more Souls games in the future, which Dark Souls 2 really took me off. And so, like, there's a good chance that the 8-year celebration will be another Souls game. Like, maybe Demon Souls, possibly another attempt to push into Bloodborne. Possibly just, like, a separate Souls-like. Like, maybe I'll do Nioh or Lies of P. I was watching Megami play that recently, and that does look quite interesting mechanically. What else do I have? The Surge, I think, was kind of a Souls-like. I don't know, I should go with the ones that are rated very highly. And Nioh was rated quite highly. But there's also the Demon Souls remake. Well, I wouldn't want to embarrass you, Chance, by being really good at Lies of P. I've not been paying attention to anything that she's been saying. Only sorts like you've beaten so far. I mean, broadly, I do recommend Dark Souls 1. I do generally recommend Dark Souls 3, but I think you should do Dark Souls 1 first. And my offer to co-op Elden Ring with you still stands. Because I also haven't played it, really. I played a little bit of it, not much. You just haven't beaten them, yeah. If you haven't beaten them, you've practically not played them. Isn't that right, Clem? Yeah, you need to buy Elden Ring. And then you need to be available on Sundays again. And we can do that Elden Ring co-op run that I thought would be interesting. Let me see. No, we can wait for that price. Yeah. So I was mentioning it to Clem when I was talking about how, like, if I go through Dark Souls 3 again, it's probably only going to be co-op with Clem. And, like, how I wouldn't want to do Elden Ring co-op with Clem. Because he's done that already. He's already beaten Elden Ring twice. At least he's platinumed it twice, so, like, as many playthroughs as that takes. And since I've not really played it, I think I've killed one boss. But, like, as a result of that, we would both be going into it quite fresh. I played Bloodborne previously with a couple of friends who have basically beaten the game multiple times. And the result of that was they were basically dragging me through the game. Like, we got to Father Gascoigne, and I got, like, one hit, and they killed the boss. And it's like, at that point, you're not learning to play the game. You're not doing anything. Oh, now I have to pay to get healed. So with us, like, both of us having not played it, I think it would work out a lot better that way. Plus, you could be a mage. I would be my traditional man with stick. No, I should talk to everybody, shouldn't it? In Dark Souls 3, it was woman with stick. In Elden Ring, it depends how I feel when I create the character. It might be man with stick, it might be woman with stick. It will be human with stick. Yeah, sure. Treatment is treating injuries. 3 things you can treat. HP and MP, status ailments, unconscious. I can't work for free. I mean, they explain it as, like, you're basically paying for the power required to heal you. And, like, the marker itself is the power source. Yeah, well, this is the American version, so we are an American soldier. For some reason. You say that though, but like it does make more sense here. As like the marker is considered an energy source. So you're basically providing the energy to heal yourself. So, like, that makes sense. But in other SMT games, you are straight paying to be healed. So it is kind of the other way around. Demons got to afford groceries too. Like, demons aren't buying groceries, they're eating other demons. And in Digital Devil Saga, we were basically just paying the Karma Temple for stuff. Bastards. Price gouging bastards. Alright. That's Angel for you. Eva Borealis. Alright, let's head back out into the field after I save, now that I've spoken to everybody. Oh, excellent. I don't remember if I told you, but I bought Hi-Fi Rush at some point. And it was basically because of your playthrough. Like, people will probably forget when it comes around. But, like, I did also add it to the history of stylish action. So, like, once we wrap up summer and we go back to the history of stylish action, Hi-Fi Rush is on there. I think it's the last game on there. Let's find that man Clemenes. Here we are. This isn't really a boulder, though. But yeah, like, while we're going into summer and through summer and it's, like, too hot, like, I don't want to be playing stressful action games where I'm going to be holding the controller, like, a little tightly and really feel the sweat build up. So we're just playing Zelda for the summer. And I have fixed the issue we had yesterday during Majora's Mask. It turns out the version of Two Ship 2 Harkinian I was using was quite an old version somehow, which is weird because I downloaded it from the GitHub release page. But, like, God knows how long ago that was now. So it's been updated multiple times. The link Klim gave me was the update for the next version after the one I had. There's like 5 versions after that. So I updated it to the latest version, and the alien stuff should be working fine now. I tested it earlier today, and it was working. Really frustrating yesterday. Yeah, it's almost like global warming is really proving to be a thing, isn't it? It's supposed to be even worse in Europe, like mainland Europe, where it's gone up to like 40 degrees. Apparently people are straight up dying. This is basically going to be it. This is every year. Every year it's getting hotter, and it's palpable that it's getting hotter. It's ridiculous. You think this man has enough snakes? He's on a horse that's half snake and he has snake arms. Needs 6 more snakes. Looking at the sprite, like, it looks kind of like it might be a fiend. Like, it's difficult to get a close look because you're only going off the sprite, which has like a really low resolution. Bearing in mind this is supposed to be on a DS screen, so the resolution isn't particularly high anyway. But yeah, we'll come back with more of the history of stylish action. We'll bring Ninja back in for the Devil May Cry stuff. Ninja has... I gave Ninja carte blanche, basically, to join me on mic for any game in that. In the history of stylish action. And there's some fun stuff I've got planned for it. Stuff that you'd be expecting, like God Hand is going to be in there, Vanquish, Bayonetta, Bayonetta 2, more importantly, Metal Gear Rising. But then there's a few surprises that'll be in there, like Hi-Fi Rush. But that'll be after the summer. Dude, you expect yourself to die, but me to make it back? Engagement with a powerful demon will be unavoidable. Make sure you're prepared. Make sure you're ready for a boss fight. I could do with a fourth demon then. Alright, well, if he ain't gonna talk, he's gonna die. God damn it. Hold your hand and let you know a boss fight's coming. That's about the most hand-holding they're gonna do. Like, this game is really not what you would expect from an RPG on the DS. In particular, because this game does not have quick saves. This game does not have quick saves. It has the traditional Shin Megami Tensei setup of, if your main character dies, that's a game over. You only save at save points on a handheld. And this game generally is more old school than Nocturne is. This is much more classic SMT. Like, it is not an easy experience, like, at all. Well, do you have this, or do you have the 3DS version? Because the 3DS version is an easier experience. Because, like, the 3DS version, I forget if it's standard, or if it's a specific sub-app you get, but you can have the game so that when the main character dies, it isn't game over. You can save anywhere. I think healing is permanently free in the 3DS version. Like, if I was recommending someone to experience this game, I probably would say, like, play the 3DS version. It's the easier version to go through. Yeah, I get that. And I remember you told me you bought all of them. I was encouraging it at the time. But my question was really, like, are you playing this version or the 3DS version? Because maybe you have both. Maybe you have illegally obtained this version. I haven't illegally obtained this version. That's not true. I'm playing an illegally obtained version of this game right now. But I do actually physically own this game. Terminals exist throughout the Schwarzwelt. You can record your progress at these terminals. They can also instantly transport you to the entrance of the field. Free of charge to make use of them as needed. Yeah, I bought this, physically. I imported it. I imported it with Chrono Trigger, actually. Because my DS copy of Chrono Trigger is imported. because it was cheaper to import Chrono Trigger from the US brand new and sealed than it was to pick up a used European copy. But I do genuinely really enjoy this game. Ah, man, Devil Survivor. I was thinking, like... This game is super important to me as, like, what really got me into Shin Megami Tensei. But Devil Survivor is, like, also really important. Because it was my first SMT game overall. And so I was thinking, like, should I just stream Devil Survivor instead? I was like, no, I'll wait for Chance to be available for Devil Survivor. Man, Devil Survivor's soundtrack. Plus, Devil Survivor is also a thing of, like, there's not really a reason to play the original DS version. Like, you may as well be playing overclocked on 3DS. Hello. I think as far as the Persona Q games go, like, have you gotten your fill of Persona spin-offs? Because if you have, then maybe consider Etrian Odyssey instead. Like, if the concept interests you, but you're really done with Persona spin-offs, consider just playing Etrian Odyssey instead. Like, I would be really down to play Devil Survivor Overclocked with you, Chance. Like, Strange Journey got me into first-person dungeon crawlers. Devil Survivor, I still don't overly enjoy tactical RPGs, but I play through Devil Survivor because it's just that good. I think if you can, I would recommend picking up the 3DS remakes of Etrian Odyssey 1 and 2 instead. Etrian Odyssey Untold and Untold 2. For one, they'll play better on 3DS. And of course, you only care about it because it has Trauma Sensor. Oh, I could recruit that one. That could be useful. Yeah. Etrian Odyssey Untold. The Untold remakes are really good. And the map making works best on DS or 3DS, whichever you want. Yeah, whatever gets you into another series. A heal spot. Heal spots exist throughout the Schwarzwelt. You can pay marker at a heal spot to restore your party's HP and MP and cure any ailments. Make use of them in your travels. Full heal. Excellent. Bastard. Yeah. But yeah, like, beyond anything else, like, even if the Etrian Odyssey HD games were the Untold editions, the Untold versions, I'd still be really hesitant to pick them up because I don't think the map drawing will work as well on anything that isn't a touchscreen device. I think the only console it would have really worked on would have been the Wii U. Well, that's annoying. It's kind of a shame. It's like the only series I can think of that's only probably truly viable on a single system type. Like, I can't think of anything else that wouldn't work as well on a different system. I think somebody died. Yeah. I think it's still kind of a pain how much of a problem it is to record, stream, or display 3DS games. I might have a reliable-ish solution for it coming in August, maybe. But, like, that's a third-party thing. At least with the Wii U, there's the DS Virtual Console they had, and you can hack it and inject DS games into it as well. So that's something. Because I do think the option to play these things on a TV is a nice option to have. And it does leave, currently, the 3DS as the only system that Nintendo has never officially supported any method of playing on the TV. Because, like, there was the Super Game Boy, there was the Game Boy Player, there's the DS Virtual Console, there's now the Virtual Boy on Switch 2 Online. Which wasn't a handheld, but it wasn't displayed on the TV, and now, like, you can play it on there. So unless you count something like the Pokemon Mini, which you really shouldn't, the 3DS is the only Nintendo system that has never had an official way to play any of it on the TV. Work clothes. It's okay. Excellent. This isn't an ideal demon for me to recruit because it's lore alignment. But having a 4th demon is better than not having a 4th demon. Yeah, go ahead. I don't have a Soma, and if I did at this stage in the game, it would be a no. I don't think I have life stones. No, I don't. Yeah, I have 28 marker. I remember looking up ways to natively stream DS, 3DS. Yeah, I also did that back in the day, back when, like, before I had the PC and could reliably emulate. When I was doing from actual hardware. You may remember back in the day I was doing stuff like N64 from an actual Nintendo 64, Dreamcast was from a real Dreamcast. My PS2 streams were from a PS2. And so I was also like, I want to do DS and 3DS. This guy's so greedy. Excellent. We got another demon. So I was looking into it, and like the simplest solution would be 3DS capture card. Oh, Chance is throwing shade. Yeah, the simplest solution to it would be a 3DS capture card, because then you could also capture DS off a 3DS. But like, it's a custom modification. I think at the time there was like one person who did it, and they had stopped doing it, which wasn't ideal. They started up again, and like, it's expensive, and you have to send your 3DS off to get the modification, and like, I don't need to stream from 3DS that badly. And so, like, here we are now, where I've got the emulator, and it's like, yeah, you know what? I will just emulate if I need to. And I've had this option for a long time now, and I haven't done anything with the 3DS. That said, though, if we were still regularly doing Shin Megami Tensei, we would probably have done some SMT 3DS. Well, that would be it. Like, outside of that, I've not really felt an interest or need to stream 3DS stuff. When I think about it, like, there's other stuff I'd be more interested in dealing with, that's a lot easier to deal with. To lightning. What are your stats? I don't know if you have good strength. You did get here very late, Flame. God damn it. I'm gonna go back to the ship, and then we're gonna walk back to the boss arena. And we'll take a shot at the boss and see if we can deal with it. Minotaur? That's right, Minotaur's SMT4. And I don't think Minotaur's even the first boss of SMT4. No, this is the snake guy. I want to say it's Mithras, but I think that's wrong. Yeah, it sounds about right, 5 PM. And Chance is also here. Get her. No, I should do this. Okay, I know there's another, like, neutral alignment demon in this area. And it's annoying me that we're not finding them. Level up. Yeah, because ideally I'd want to go into any boss fight with 3 demons of the same alignment as me. Might just be in this area. Let's take another look. Nope. Not it. Yeah, Slime Sucks is weak to almost every element, and I would only want to get one for fusion fodder, and considering we don't have access to the Cathedral of Shadows yet... Nah. Honestly, I don't have a specific alignment goal in mind for this. I'm really just intending to play it by ear. Like, SMT4, I would want to go neutral. Devil Survivor, I wouldn't have a specific end goal in mind. Any of those can go well. There she is. We'll see. Maybe. Maybe. Well, that's just disappointing. Well, guess I better shoot her in the face. Yeah, kind of disappointing that she wouldn't talk to us so I could recruit her. Maybe the level was an issue. Can I see that? What's my demon data? These are the ones that I've got. Level 3? I'm level 3. I'm level 4 now. No, I'm level 5 now. Yeah, so it wasn't a level issue. Maybe she's one of those demons you can only recruit on a full moon. Alright, we got a little bit more time. We have an ad coming up, though. So I'm gonna run this ad, and then we'll come back and we'll take a shot at the boss. Ideally, we'll defeat the boss. And then we'll call it afterwards, for the stream. We're not going particularly late tonight, and is why I started a little earlier than normal. Did I start earlier than normal? A little earlier than normal. I did a little more messing around and put some custom music on this specific scene to emphasize that this is a special game.
Become my soul reaver.
I feel like every time we stream, the random sound button picks out a few sounds that it just kind of prefers, and it does them over and over again.
Catch you fuckers at a bad time?
There we go, that's better. We'll be right back. We're back.
Rules of nature!
The rules of nature. Everything dies. Especially the demons. I struck first. I struck relentlessly and with great violence. How dare you?
That's right.
That's right. That is right, Flame. We have to defeat this boss, and then I believe we get the ability to bring Arthur back online, and that starts getting us access to new main apps and sub apps, which allows us to actually progress. Yeah, we'll deal with it as we go. It's not always going to be a perfect party setup. Here we go. A large piece of wreckage lies before your eyes. It seems to be the Blue Jet. Look, it's Clemennes. Excuse you, that's Lieutenant Chrono to you. Nasty son of a bitch. Look out, he's back. But yeah, you see what I mean? What I said before? Like, from what you can make out of this resolution, it looks like it might be a skull face, and this might be a fiend. Don't worry, Commander Gore is here. Yeah, I am. It does give kind of like not Mother Harlot vibes, maybe like Daughter Harlot. Yeah, you tell him, Commander Gore. Gotta leave here for now. The demon ran away like a gigantic pussy. Man, how cool was Commander Gore? What a bro. Sure, I'm glad he's on our side. I mean, really shouldn't have let his guard down. Well, you see, now... I'm sure glad he was on our side. But you see, the demon has now fucked up. Because Commander Gore had one trait that I do not have. Mercy. Orias, there you go. Not Commander Al Gore. That's a lot of damage. Now you're fucked up. a lot of damage. Oh no, Gore was trying to warn us about the Schwarzwelt all along. Yeah. So, like, one of the big reasons I say this game harkens back to classic SMT more so than the more recent SMTs that came out around this time. This was like 2009, I think. So the more recent, close to mainline SMT stuff was Nocturne SMT3 and Digital Devil Saga, and both of those used a press turn system. This game harkens back much closer to the original, to the classic SMTs, not only for being a first-person dungeon crawler, but through its battle system, which isn't press turn at all. And so instead we have Demon Co-op, where... Told you there was no mercy. Where if you hit an enemy with a weakness, instead of gaining an extra half turn, you gain extra attack through whoever on the party is of the same alignment as the person who hit the weakness. So it's still a weakness-oriented combat system, but in a different way. Thank you, Chance. That was the first boss, and it was doing a lot of damage. If it had focused on any individual character, it would have been a problem. Yeah, Devil Survivor's turn-based tactical, and it's really fucking good. Like, I still maintain that despite Devil Survivor being a turn-based tactical RPG, rather than a turn-based JRPG, I still maintain Devil Survivor is, like, the best middle ground for people coming from Persona wanting to get into mainline SMT. Yeah! Yeah! Let me get tonight. Devil Survivor was your first tactical RPG. My first would have probably been... I don't remember which one it was. It was one of the Vandal Hearts games on PlayStation. I didn't play much of it. But it would have been one of the Vandal Hearts games. A Strange Journey would be brutal for someone wanting to start mainline SMT. This was my first. Like, Devil Survive was my first SMT, was my first mainline SMT. And like I said before, it's the game that got me into dungeon crawlers. Yes, Commander, I'll go. You want me to peg Clemenes?
What's gonna happen to us?
Who's saying this? Honestly, I was kind of hoping we'd get that. Because it is on the rotation. But, like, what's going to happen to us was also, like, fitting, but kind of funny. What's gonna happen to us? They said the line. Yep. So ends the tale of Commander Albert Gore. The first black main character in an SMT game. All alone in this strange journey.
Who are you gonna murder next, mister?
All personnel, this is Arthur, the command unit. I'm back online so you don't have to think for yourselves. Gotta double down on it. Like, damn you people from the Blue Jet. Who's from the Blue Jet? One person. We rescued nobody else. No. Arthur has a soul. Lame. Also, Arthur won't, like, if you, it's AI goes to the rescue now. Like, Arthur won't turn around and provide you with naked pictures of the women from sickbay if you ask him to. Cool. Which direction do you suggest we go, Clemenes? And even if we escape, the problem of the Schwarzwelt still exists. It is continuing to expand and consume. Look, like to told you, pay a premium plan subscription. Arthur only responds to people who are from the Red Sprite. Boy, for somebody who was just saved by the sacrifice of our commander, He's being a real dick. Listen, I told you, it's Lieutenant Chrono. I'm sticking with it. It ain't even about duty. We don't know which way the exit is. We don't know if we can even get out. We don't know if we get out if we could even come back. Right now, we're the only chance humanity has. What difference does it make if we die here or we die out there? At least here, there's a chance we could do something. Even if we could escape, pick a direction. Are we going further in? Or are we going further out? Irving's allowed to call me Mecha. Let me get on tonight. Mysterious items. Really does, like, there's no on, so it's not let me get on tonight, it's let me get tonight. And it's like, is it supposed to be let me tonight? Let me jet tonight? Let me get on tonight. The crew are reminded that sexual relations are not currently permitted amongst the crew. Legionite? No, that's not it. There's an L, there's an M in there. There you go. Let me get tonight. Lemedji tonight. Lemedji tonight. Let me get it on tonight. Alright, how are we doing? Give me aphrodisiacs. We've not even met any of the sexy demons yet either. Yeah, let's go check out the blue jet. Not particularly. For one, I'm not attracted to guys. The snakes were fine, I'm just not attracted to guys. The Demon Summoning Program. Sent to us by probably Steven. You will have latrine duty. You will always have latrine duty. Looks like Clemenes has joined the team. It's still Lieutenant Chrono to you. Awesome. Engine restoration. We need to go back to the blue jet. We have to go back.
There is no way I can lose.
So, Flame, Chance, you've both played a significant amount of Shin Megami Tensei. Is Flame still here? Has Flame disappeared? There's Flame still here. What is your sexiest demon? Flame has become smoke. Can't believe I didn't get healed after that boss fight. This is an example of how brutal this game is. We did the boss fight, we're immediately brought back to the ship, and they've not even healed us. I have to pay for that. I think we should press on. Just like the designs, find certain ones more cute or cool than sexy. You need to look closer at the Succubus design. You need to look closer at the Lilim design. You need to look closer at the Lamia design. You need to look closer at the Mara design. I mean, it's not really even about following the code, it's like we don't have any other choice. Chance obviously doesn't have eyes. It's funny because, like, you can talk about Mara, and to somebody who doesn't know Shin Megami Tensei, it sounds like it's probably another woman, like another woman demon, like Succubus or Lilin or Lamia or like Yates. And we shouldn't tell those people. That said, we've yet to stream an SMT game that shows off Mara's full design. Because you only see a little bit of the tip in Nocturne, if you find that hidden event. One design I do like, actually, that I think might be of interest to you to look up to, like, appreciate the design generally. The SMT1 Lilith design, done for the Super Famicom version, like the original Kaneko design, before he redid it for, like, the PlayStation era. There's something about Kaneko's old designs, like the specific way he drew the artwork, that, like, I don't know if I necessarily prefer overall, but I do prefer it for that game. Like, for SMT1 and SMT2, I absolutely prefer the original 90s designs for the characters and the demons, rather than the updated designs they got in the PS1 version, that kind of retained over the years. It's got that very 90s design vibe. And it's the same with, like, a bunch of the characters as well. Like, I prefer the hero design from the original game, the Chaos and Law hero designs from the original game, the heroine design from the original game, over the PS1 versions, which were done in the more modern Kaneko style. Is there a nip slip? I don't actually recall that. Let me take a look. That's Discord. Oh yeah, that's a titty. That's not even a slip, that's just an exposed titty. I like the Soul Hackers rendition as well. Kind of a cross between the original design artwork of Kaneko and what she later became. The modern design of Lilith with, like, the hair slicked back somewhat. Listen, I never said there was anything wrong with snakes. Kind of makes me think of the artwork for Succubus in Castlevania Symphony of the Night, where you usually see the censored artwork, but you can find that Ayami Kojima did, like, a full, like, chest up piece with her breasts out. And it's like, I don't know why she did that. There's no way that was ever going to be included in the game. And in-game, you get the portrait from, like, the collarbone up. And it's a really nice piece. Like, the Yami Kojima character designs in Symphony of the Night look fantastic. I just don't understand why she drew it with exposed breasts. Because they were never going to use that. That said, the character sprite... You don't get a pay break. Learn a function without eating, sleeping, shit. There is a toilet in the red sprite. There is a toilet. It will come back later in a side quest. There is a toilet. But yeah, the character sprite for the succubus in Symphony of the Night has a corset, gloves, and boots, and nothing else. And the corset does not cover her chest. But because it's pixel art and it's not fully articulated, or even like partially articulated, like you get away with it. And I think the same's true of SMT1 designs. Because like when you start the game, you come across Yuriko in like bathing in a pool, and she's naked. But because it's like low-resolution sprite artwork, it doesn't matter. Excellent. Yep. Funnily enough, despite the later Castlevania games reusing a significant number of sprites from Symphony of the Night and around there, that succubus sprite never reappears. However, I believe when the succubus when it reappears in Aria of Sorrow, both the succubus and Lilith enemies are fully naked. And I think when succubus reappears as an enemy in Dawn of Sorrow, I think the corset is like hiked up a little further. You view her only from the side. The way she appears is cool, though. She disguises herself as a character you know. And then, like, you attack her because you know it's fake, and she slips down out of the clothes, and it looks really cool in sprite artwork, and then pops back up as the succubus. Clemenes. Like, the Castlevania games, when they put the effort in, had some really cool sprite work and really nice animations. Well, Flame, you missed the discussion about sexy SMT demons. How many of you can say Vern without doing it in a southern accent? How many of you can say Vern without doing it in the Jim Varney accent? Because you speak Spanish. But you're speaking English. From the south, I lose. You say everything with it. Every now and then you slip up, especially with y'all. I'm from the south. It's Lieutenant Chrono to you. Listen here. Listen here, boy. I don't appreciate your city slicking talking. Your fancy words. You found the tokamak motor in the engine room. Now we just have to carry it back to the Red Sprite. Why am I doing this? Like, shouldn't we be doing this together? It's like, oh yeah, I handed both of these items that we desperately need to Chrono. And then left. What happened? Oh, he died on the way back. Chance casted for RE7 as one of the bakers, but his accent was too good and had to be cut. Yeah, he, I guess there's only like 3 guys in that have the southern voice. Well, really 2. There's Jack and Lucas. The cop doesn't really have a southern voice despite being Louisiana sheriff. Yeah, come on, let's go. Got myself a demon. Nah, at the very least I can use him as fusion fodder. My name is Chance. I'm here to audition for the part of Jack Baker. Welcome back, Clem. We're making fun of Chance. Not for any particular reason. This is a dungeon crawly game. We're gonna be, like, just going on many tangents. Listen carefully, son. You're about to see something wonderful. That's the replacement for bullying. You're not here enough, Chance. We have to bully you when you are here. Excellent, I got an anal bead. Yeah, you missed it. We have Clemenes now. Not with us, just like generally around. We don't know what his first name is. That's Lieutenant Chrono. Maybe we should get a chance to stream Resident Evil 7. Chance, when you come back to streaming, stream Resident Evil 7. It's Stayer Sergeant Chrono. It's Master Chief Chrono. It's Gunnery Officer First Class Chrono. Skies of Arcadia cans. You're gonna have to restart Skies of Arcadia anyway, you've forgotten all of it. Alright, thanks for joining us, Flame. We're not gonna be going for too much longer. We're gonna get through this conversation, save it, and then I'm probably gonna call it myself. I will analyze the command unit Vern. Lance Corporal. You can be Private. Private Flame. And then we all make fun of you because it sounds like some sort of sexually transmitted disease. Flaming Privates.
The self-destruct sequence has been activated. Repeat, the self-destruct sequence has been activated. This sequence may not be aborted. All employees proceed to the emergency car at the bottom platform.
Well, you take care, Flame. The burning crotch. Ah, goodness. Getting the engine restarted. Now we can start making s'mores again. Well, judging by the state of the Blue Jet, we seem to have been very lucky to have landed in any state of repairability. Howdy, y'all. This is the lab. This here is the lab. Got some good news for you. The unfortunate nickname of Flaming. And then I forgot about that and called him Titties. And the game was immediately like, they call me the Flaming Titties. And it was amazing. Good times were had by all. Known as former. Who knows them as former? Is this a term Irving just made up? According to Irving, there are materials here in the Schwarzwelt known as tittybugs that can be used to make new equipment. If you see any tittybugs out in the field, make sure you grab those tittybugs. The Let Me Get It On Tonight is but one of many tittybugs. Pretty darn strange stuff. We can get the techniques which you've never seen from them. Not only can we juice up our monikers, we can use them to make new goods and gear. If any of y'all are interested, get yourself down to the lab and come see me toot sweet. I feel like it shouldn't be recommended. I feel like it should be mandatory. All on the strike team will be fun, and you'll feel a lot more, so make sure you fix up your demonikers. Like, who let this man on the comms? But that's going to do it for us for today. Good progress. And I'm glad the game didn't crash after we switched emulator cores. So, like, that's a positive.
Become my soul reaver.
I think that's 3 times that one's come up during today's stream.
Liar!
Yeah, it was frustrating. Don't know why it happened, because it didn't happen during my testing when I was setting it up. Because I got to, like, the first actual dungeon crawling gameplay bit, so I could test whether or not this stream layout would look reasonable like this, or whether I would want the top screen to be bigger. And it was fine. But no, it just crashed twice when we were streaming it, so... But yeah, this core hasn't been crashing, so that's good. That is good. Shin Megami Tensei Strange Journey will continue for the year of RPGs. Summertime Sandbox continues with Grand Theft Auto 3. The Legend of Sundays will continue with more Majora's Mask, where we will be actually doing the Crimea side quest. Like I say, I was looking through the releases of Two Ship to Harkinian earlier today, and for some reason the release I had was quite old. I don't even remember when I got and installed Two Ship to Harkinian, but there's been like 5 releases since. So I just updated it. So we're on the most recent one. But actually, while I remember, Clem, you'll appreciate this. I was looking over the patch notes on the release. Just want the releases. So we were on 3.0, I believe, when I started. Me on Alpha 3.0. And then you got me the link to me on Bravo 3.0.1, which fixed Lens of Truth not working. Cool. There is 1, 2, 3, 4 releases above that. And so now I'm on the most recent release, Keiichi Charlie. But one of the previous ones... fixes... Yeah, here it is. The very next release, because you gave me the link to me on Bravo 3.0.1. The next release, me on Charlie 3.0.2, one of the bug fixes, fix bug with Romani Ranch invasion state on subsequent cycles in same runtime. So yeah, it was straight up an issue with the port, why we couldn't do that. But I tested it out earlier. It should be working when we go back to it on Sunday. Which should be good stuff. Good stuff. Good stuff. Good titties. Good titty stuff.
If he's so smart, how come he's dead?
Yeah. Kind of wild, the issues we had with that yesterday. And to think, like, if I hadn't forgotten to do the Crimea part of that side quest, we never would have encountered that. But yeah, that's going to do it for Strange Journey. We'll continue this for the year of RPGs. I want to thank everybody for joining the stream. I always really appreciate the support. Big special thank you to everyone in chat. Chat is always the best part of the stream. Clem, Panda, Chance, Flame, thanks so much for joining me and keeping me company. Chat is always the best part of the stream. I think when we finally play Shin Megami Tensei 5 Vengeance, and we do the Canon of Vengeance path, we will end up with several new demons in the running for sexiest Shin Megami Tensei demon. Because several of them are quite attractive. This is nice though, like playing through a classic style SMT game. I feel like it has more merit. Like, it's not just because it came out like so many years ago, like 17 years ago. I feel like it has the host's vaguely disguised fetish. Listen, I keep my real fetish to myself. Everything else is fair game. Everything else is fair game for humor and for the sake of discussion. But as with all things mostly personal to me, you all don't get to know my real fetish. Now you can start like going through the history of the stream to find the fetishes that I've discussed and made fun of, and eliminate those from the running of like what my actual fetish is, and try and narrow it down, and see if you can figure it out. But yeah, like I feel like this, aside from it being released so long ago, Atlas hasn't really tried to recapture the spirit of classic SMT, and so I feel like this has a lot of merit in like being a classic style SMT game without being a classic SMT game, in a way that Final Fantasy doesn't really have anymore, where you've got the classic Final Fantasies and then the Square games that are trying to recapture the spirit of classic Final Fantasy, and it feels like they've just never gotten it. I feel like it's quite different from that. And there's you dunking on Square. Every stream, dunk on Square. I feel like over the years, at some point, if like one of the modern episodes hasn't just outright said like where Springfield is, I would be very surprised that they have maintained that joke. It feels like anything's fair game for The Simpsons now. Whereas, like, it's one of my favorite classic lines of Lisa saying, like, it's difficult to figure out where Springfield is, but if you pay attention, the clues are there. And it's like, no, they ain't. Makes no sense. Like the next to Final Fantasy to be their Final Fantasy. there's definitely a thing of like the numbered Final Fantasy games do not have the same prestige they used to. And like I brought it up with Final Fantasy X. Like I think Final Fantasy X is the last mainline Final Fantasy that isn't considered divisive in some major way. But like, regardless of how you feel about them, 12 was very divisive, 13 was very divisive, 11 and 14 are both MMOs, that's divisive in and of itself. 15 wasn't finished. And 16, we're at the point now where people just don't buy these mainline FF games because they're called Final Fantasies anymore. It's been too much. I'll get to 16 at some point, but like, I feel less interested in playing through 16 than I do in like playing through 1 again. It doesn't look like a fun enough game. I bought it because it was a Final Fantasy. And like I will probably play through Final Fantasy at some point. But yeah, Final Fantasy is, as a brand name, it means nothing anymore. Like, it's the same thing with Resident Evil. Like, Star has said a lot that, like, he's really disappointed with what Resident Evil 9 ended up being. But, like, Resident Evil hasn't been what it was since 2005. They changed it, and, like, Resident Evil 4, fantastic. Resident Evil 5, great. And, like, everything after that were varying qualities in whatever, and then 7 did something very different. But it hadn't been what it was since 2005. And Final Fantasy hasn't been what I wanted from it since 2001. I've enjoyed Final Fantasy since then. I enjoyed 13 when I streamed it more than I expected to. After having played it previously, I enjoyed it more the second time around. I've enjoyed the fuck out of 14, but Final Fantasy as a brand just doesn't have that value to me anymore. And I think it is somewhat diluted by Square also putting out, like, these are traditional style Final Fantasies. Like, you got the new one coming out. Was it Final Fantasy Resonance? There's like, oh, we're harkening back to classic Final Fantasy. I've not even watched the trailer, I don't care. There's like, oh, we're harkening back to classic Final Fantasy. You mean like you did with 4 Heroes of Light? Like you did with Bravely Default? Like you did with fucking Final Fantasy Dimensions on mobile? None of it matters anymore. If it comes out and it's a good game, like you did with fucking Octopath. Just looks like mobile. I think it's one of the issues with the HD 2D. I think we were all kind of really impressed by it when it first came out with Octopath, but it's lost a lot of its style appeal. Hmm. I think like the visual style has lost a lot of its appeal, and it's not as impressive anymore because it is basically just 3D with sprites. Like the environments are 3D, but there are sprites, and the sprites are very detailed, but in a 16-bit style. And it's like, ugh. Yeah, I heard that they have a whole thing of like summoning characters from other Final Fantasy games, and again, that just says this isn't a game that can stand up on its own. It's a game that's made to be a gimmick for other games, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. It could stand up on its own. World of Final Fantasy was quite fun. And like World of Final Fantasy can stand up on its own. But World of Final Fantasy is very clearly made to cash in on nostalgia. The expectation is every time you see a character recognizable from a previous game, you're like, applause. And it's like that doesn't sell a whole game. And I'm the same way with Silent Hill. Like, the Silent Hill brand is dead to me. It doesn't matter. You can't just slap the name onto something new after 20 years and be like, look, it's back, buy it. And it's like, no. It's like with the Legacy of Kain game that they put out, Legacy of Kain Ascendance. It was like, I had accepted that Legacy of Kain died with Defiance. I accepted that there was a sequel in development that was cancelled very early on. And when they started doing like, oh, we're doing a comic, a prequel comic to Soul Reaver, don't care. And then when Ascendance was announced, it was like, oh, they're bringing back like what they can of the original voice actors, the ones who haven't died. Like, cool, but I don't really care. And then it came out and it was apparently fucking awful, which isn't the point. What else was there? Castlevania. The new Castlevania's coming out, Belmont's Revenge, and I'm interested in it. Not Belmont's Curse. Belmont's Revenge is the Game Boy one. Belmont's Curse, and I'm interested in it. It looks like it'll be an interesting and enjoyable experience. I enjoyed Dead Cells, which is what the team who are developing it have previously made, but I'm not going to rush out to purchase it, because why should I? And the Castlevania brand doesn't get you anything anymore. I bought the Castlevania DLC for Dead Cells, but I was already a fan of Dead Cells when I bought it, and it's more Dead Cells. I bought the Castlevania DLC for Vampire Survivors, but I was already enjoying Vampire Survivors, and it was more Vampire Survivors. A whole new game has to figure itself out. You can't sell it on its brand. It's like with Prince of Persia, the Prince of Persia Lost Crown Metroidvania that came out. And it was like, I don't really care about this as a Prince of Persia game. It seems completely unconnected to any of the Prince of Persia stuff I already know and like. It's a new story, it's a new set, it's a new character. Why call it Prince of Persia then? Brand recognition, cool, doesn't work on me anymore. If I buy it, it'll be for its own merits, not as a Prince of Persia game. And I did eventually buy it and wasn't impressed. Something that maybe I'll give more time to at some point didn't grab me. Brand loyalty is the stupidest thing any consumer can have in this day and age. Especially for brands that stopped for an extended period. Because those brands have no loyalty to you. I will do Final Fantasy 16 at some point, and I may enjoy it. But it's not going to change my opinion on what Final Fantasy has become. It's not what it was. It's not the same thing. And that's fine. You can evolve and you can be something else. I'm under no obligation to stick with you for that. It was the same thing I said with Linkin Park. Like, I enjoy Hybrid Theory. I enjoy Meteora. I respect that they started doing their own thing, like what they wanted to do, and evolving in the way they wanted to evolve with Minutes to Midnight. But it wasn't something I was interested in, and as a consumer, I'm under no obligation to keep supporting something that I'm not interested in. That's why Final Fantasy Resonance will be the worst game of 2027.
You're too late.
It might be good, who knows. But it won't be good because it's called Final Fantasy. Is Regret coming out next year? I don't know. I've not paid attention to it. I watched the trailer and was like, this just looks like more of Rebirth. And I did genuinely hate Rebirth by the end. And I don't want to play more of Rebirth. so I won't be getting it. Don't care. I'll probably just play the original game again. I enjoy that. But let's actually wrap up. It's good to see Chance again. It's always good to see Chance when he's available. And thanks everybody in chat. Clem, Panda, Flame, Chance. Thanks so much, Jeremy. Keep it company.
Objection!
We'll catch you next time, guys. Not really much else to say except thank you all for watching. Have yourselves a fantastic time of day. And take care. Goodbye.